genomic variants and mutations that occur in commonly seen viruses. CRISPR also has some gene amplification implications that can be used for genetic testing, genetic modification. But for us in the emergency department, what CRISPR-Cas9 does for us is it allows rapid PCR assays to be developed in it as quickly as 24 hours to test for new variants like your Delta, COVID, and other variants. So keep an eye for that. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. It's exciting and amazing that this is happening in our lifetime. So your take-home points. Many of the problems that are plaguing emergency departments today result from improper patient management. The clinical assessment of a skilled emergency physician will lead to the appropriate ordering of point of care. And sometimes a few point of care actually combine results to make the diagnosis. The point of care results will guide the cost-effective ordering of further and appropriate tests, guide us through the diagnostic decision tree, and ultimately lead to an appropriate, timely disposition for your patient. So the protocol is your clinical assessment cues you to what point of care testing you need to do. The results of the point of care testing lead you to a focused treatment and further testing. And all of this amounts to the efficient, cost-effective, time-saving care of every patient who comes to the emergency. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry that our session ran over. We took some time away from your coffee break, but I hope that you learned from our session. Feel free to get in touch with me at drmoreno@gmail.com, or just grab me when you see me at the conference for any questions about my talks or about the American Academy of Emergency Medicine. And thank you again for inviting me here for Turkey. I love your country. I'm thrilled to be here on the 100th anniversary of independence. Thank you.
I know we've gone a little over. What might make sense is if you have questions that come up, ask the speakers. I know there's a break that it's almost on the way out. So get your coffee, get ready for a great afternoon. I'm sure Ajay I would be happy to take questions up. Thank you so much.
electronic flag. Most staff would prefer that triage be the site that we identify when the patient's active. But we do think that when we're sort of identifying who's being activated, it's not just about their activation at that moment, doing more in that moment, but really looking at historical factors, looking at their issues. So we're really looking at the scope of who exactly do we want to flag. Most of our staff would like to use some validated application score, not only to identify, but then to sort of track them and monitor them throughout the day. The same way that your pain scale can change over the course of your care, so your agitation level can change over time. Right now, we have a lot of informal practices of flagging patients. So a lot of it is just word of mouth on rounds. I'll come to the patient and just let my colleague know, oh, by the way, this patient has been gotten in, or in the past, I treated him a week ago. They, so it's just been a lot of kind of word of mouth. Sometimes we'll write little progress notes. That's very difficult to comb through our electronic time. And so most of our staff would like to give a flag. Can I just give a show of hands with you guys a little bit more? Do you guys have electronic flags that exist when you open a patient's chart? Very clear. And then do you guys have things like when you go to a patient, the same way you would have a fall rate where they have a on the door so that anybody or aware. And then a question of, once they're flagged, does that flag carry on? How long does it carry on for? How are we managing all the patients? So for us, if somebody comes in and states they have fluid ideality, there's a very, very set process. If somebody says they're hurting themselves, no matter what the patient is, no matter anything else, that standards to follow. So we're discussing for people who have been screened or flagged as potentially violent, do we want to manage them all the same, or do we want to manage it? And then we ask them sort of which type of management options would you guys like. Doing precautions like dressing them, removing all personal belongings, looking at specific rooms that don't think they can be around that. So what sort of environmental things can we do to caring for that patient more safe? How often should we be doing gratification? And then based on their score, what action should we take? So this was brief, and again, part of my reason for wanting to present this is that I understand that you guys are actually much further ahead of us, and so I can't stress that I'd love to get feedback from you guys as you see me in the conference, because I'm in the process of creating this policy with my team for patient. I'd love to hear what you think works, what doesn't work. And each area within the healthcare sector is so different, and so I really work in ER. It's harder for me to help develop policies in areas that I don't normally work in, such as the inpatient care or the clinic or pharmacy or other applications. That's kind of where the U.S. is a little bit more behind, just developing active shooter training, really finally putting the burden on healthcare administration to start working the policy so that staff doesn't have to feel that it's normal to be threatened at work. Staff shouldn't feel that it's normal to feel unsafe. And just to understand that our administration is sort of taking corrective measures. And then the other part is just that our other patients often feel unsafe when they're seeing staff get yelled at, even if they're not part of it. Just being in that, you're in a place of care, to see that the work is done on a daily basis, it's really going to be the opposite. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys listening, and again, we have no time for questions, but more than questions, I would love to hear you guys' comments.
Thank you.
Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Dr. Pia. It was a lovely presentations. And due to keep our time, I think if there's any available time later, we will take. By the way, I need to talk now because my presentation is the return of landslide diagnosis. And my name is Muhammad Alwi Rahman from Malaysia. I'm the emergency physician. So I'm here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is about landslide. Malaysia is part of Southeast Asia. We have a lot of natural disasters. 50% of all disaster that happens in Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and of ASEAN. WHO in 2017, they estimated about 18,000 deaths related to landslide. Well, we have cyclones, typhoons, and everything, and we have to blame it all to the change of climate, rising temperatures, and waters, migration, populations, urbanization. In Malaysia, there has been landslide more than about 29 incidents dated back in 1960. So landslide, beside flood, which is very common in Malaysia, we go through a lot of incidents, and that includes also the earthquake from Indonesia. This is located in the capital of Malaysia, and it is about 1 kilometer. About 2 kilometers from my hospital, and it is well established area, but there's a lot of landscape there for picnics and camping. So what happened is during this incident on the 16th of December 02, my hospital was the responding hospital, and we received information from the residents slide and at 2 o'clock morning. So we have to send the first responder team to the site to do what is best in a remote area. It's full of forest as well as the route and the communication that is very poor, and it's heavy rain related to the incident. It involved a lot of mass, volume of debris, sands, etc. Trees, which covers almost about 500 meters. And the whole cascade events is very unfortunate, as people and children and teachers were in sleep, and most of them submerged in soil, and they never had a early warning system to evacuate. Now, the moral of the story is this is a illegal landslide camping because it's free of charge, and it's the scenario landscape there. So this is what exactly the first primary incident and the secondary incident. And it happened between the first and second incidents about 20 to 30 minutes. That is the first landslide where the camping was submerged by the debris, by the trees and sand, and subsequently the next one which sweep. You can see far right, car park, and every of these things are
Percutian
involved.
menggembirakan dengan
So I just want to
aktiviti
share
persembahan di
what
lereng
exactly
berbukit
happened at
sekelip
that
mata.
particular. I want to go in deep about the video you've seen before and after of landslide, back towards the population or the tourists happening in that. So this is the outcome of the incident itself. 37 dead bodies. Of course, there were almost about people at the site camping overnight for the days, beautiful landscape and good views. And when it happens, they were sleeping and they didn't have an early warning system, and they have the remote night light. One dead, which children about 12 and including a baby. So what was the lesson learned from here is in a resource poor environment at that time, in a remote area, we need to do the best save life. So we need to deploy a lot of technical of search and rescue team, excavators, and as well as ground penetrating radar to do the search and rescue. Malaysia have team, and they were deployed within the first 2 hours after the call, after the incident, and it was scaled up accordingly. Thank God it happened in the urban area where everything was connected, the services were in place, and of course we responded in a typical pitch dark night. Incident command was difficult because it's a remote area. Accessibility is poor, climate was not good, heavy rain, and we are working in an area that we are not trained as part of the medical team that is the medical hospital that is responding at the emergency department. So these the issues of how do you want to try people at the peak of the night time where there is a remote area, you have to go deep into the forest and with improper lighting at the initial because the first responders, all organizations in Malaysia, even though they are active, but is not prepared for such a extraordinary moment. So triage was very difficult, very situational, facilitated, and those who can run the green courses, we moved them and nearest where that was the only shelter that we have to do the assessment and do the triage and retriage part of the casualty. We have polytrauma cases and we treated site. We established the incident command post, we established the zoning of the system with the help of the and all the hospitals at that moment were activated. The chronology of the event, of course, went from day, night, and to days to more than 10 days. So we developed the stress among rescuers, disrupted the routines. We have to bring in more team. There are almost about 650 staff on the ground zero, and first responders beginning to sign up tightness, and most of them never took the medicine. So an establishment observation based learning was done, was continuous, and then we had a lot of communication in the hospitals, and we have to address the surge capacity, particularly serve system as well as supply. And then in a remote area, with the weather disturbing you all the time, you need to do something, and of course, the must accommodated, and we also as more teams comes burnout etc. We have to replace not only staff, so the animals, the dogs and everything because for our activities and we have the public health pensions and we screen them and then treat them for malaria as well as and we have to handle the fatalities, the dead bodies, and how do you want to store them, evacuate them, body identification, recovery and disposal. Remote area was difficult, and the final fatality of that moment was about 90 casualties, and a lot of survivors among them, family and friends, and we need to handle that. Most were occupied, and we had a lot of media, a lot of challenges, and related with the we had multi-agency coordination meeting. We have to work in a remote, confined area with the wilderness medicine, and we have to go through the experience with the flood. And there is a lot of interagencies and as a and we had few pitfalls both inter and intra communication. Accessibility is a big part, both military and non-military ambulance. We work in the unpredictable nature of the site, wild animals, dogs, etc. We have to be very careful, insects, and of course, storage, logistics, supply management, distance, and poor network. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Malaysian experience on natural disaster, and now currently we are preparing for mass.
Thank you very much, Doctor. This very interesting talk, and we give the microphone to the next speaker, Clinic.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Today is our National Day, and I would like to commemorate and congratulate a 100th anniversary of our Republic of Turkey. I commemorate the founding father of this republic, Mustafa Kemal, and his companions. And I hope this sovereign nation serves as an inspiration for next generations and other nations, oppressed nations like Palestine and other nations, exploited nations in different parts of the world. And I would like to give my condolences to whom lost their lives in Kahramanmaraş earthquakes and the recent hostilities in Gaza Strip. And it is really sad to witness human rights violations, international humanitarian law violations, and war rules violations in Gaza Strip. To see bombed hospitals, killed medics and civilians, and the hostilities, disproportionality of the hostilities. I would like to present a case study regarding our last big disaster catastrophe we faced in Kahramanmaraş, the major disaster response to earthquakes in Kahramanmaraş. Before starting my presentation, I would like to emphasize our discipline is disaster medicine, bridging disciplines. Disaster medicine is a scientific discipline resulting from the joint venture of emergency medicine and disaster management. So we have many nexuses with other disciplines like emergency medical services, hospital services, public health especially, and disaster management. You can see all these topics, and disaster medicine is interesting all those topics during the disaster or before disaster for preparation or after disaster for recovery. In Turkey, we have a well-established disaster management framework. We have a disaster management strategy framework at the strategic level. AFAD, Civil Defense Authority, Disaster Authority, also in charge of this strategy-making processes. At the tactical level, we have three different plans: disaster risk reduction plan and country disaster response plan and the recovery plan, who are covering all phases of the disaster life cycle. And we have many action plans between the operational layer and the technical layer. And provincial base, we have disaster risk reduction plans and response plans, not the recovery plans yet, but we will have. What about the health cluster? We have harmony in chaos. In our health cluster coordination, we have SACOM, Healthcare Coordination Command and Coordination Center in Ministry of Health in the Ankara headquarters. So under the SACOM, we have provincial level SACOMs, Command and Control Centers, and we have rural mobile health teams, emergency service at the screen. We have teams, we have EMT 1, 2, 3 types of mobile hospitals, field health screenings, mobile healthcare services, emergency response units, ERUs, disaster camp, family medicine units, many services during the disaster our system is providing. At the field level, we have a call center who are recording all calls and orchestrating operations among other institutions like security forces, like army, like other ministries and civil societies and national societies like society. As my colleague Feridun mentioned, that we are living on a very active earthquake fault. So this is our earthquake hazard map of the Turkey is updated. And you can see the danger map, the hazard map of Turkey. So we need to change our mindset for urbanization and the settlement. So because of many neglections, we faced this big size catastrophe. So it was not usual earthquakes. On the same day, we faced 3 great earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.7, 7.6, and 6.5. So after those big size earthquakes, 50,000 aftershocks have been occurred. And if we compare with other earthquakes or the man-made disasters like Hiroshima, this was 2,000 times bigger than the Hiroshima in Kahramanmaraş. So after math in numbers, that toll reached 60,000, including the casualties inside Syria. So we have been shaken by same tremor. You can see on the map from Lebanon, from Egypt to Syria, from Iraq to some Caucasian part of the world. So almost 60,000 people lost their lives and 122,000 people injured, and almost in Turkey, almost 1 million independent units demolished or heavily damaged after this earthquake, and estimation of the damage more than 100 billion US dollar in Turkey and 15 billion US dollar in Syria. As for the magnitude, yes, we can compare with others, but because of the fault lengths and the depths and the habits of the earthquake, the damage bigger than other same earthquakes. So the total fault length was 500 kilometers, and it was just 7 kilometers close to surface. So it created a huge damage and destruction. So we can compare the total affected areas, 11 provinces, with other countries. This area bigger than many countries. If you compare the population, this population is higher than many countries. So it was really difficult to manage all this catastrophe and chaos during the disaster. So many personnel and staff from different institutions deployed to the affected areas, and almost 650,000 staff have been worked so far in the affected area. And we have unsung heroes, volunteers, and civil society organizations, our colleagues coming from abroad to solidarity with our nation, and almost 10,000 international search and rescue staff from 90 different countries, and we have our volunteers, AFAD volunteers, Turkish Red Crescent volunteers, and other national non-governmental organizations volunteers worked in the first phase for the response and recovery phase for the disaster. You can see the map, our international solidarity map. Thanks all of the colleagues who came to Turkey and bestowed their hands to affected population. If we look facts and figures for navigating disasters, you can see huge heavy machinery philos and the teams. Just for the sample, medical evacuations, personnel transport, material transport, and firefighting activities have been conducted by aircraft, almost 17,000 sorties, the aircrafts. It was really tough issue and a tough duty for the Turkish Red Crescent Society that I was leading as the president. It was the mass feeding duty. So almost 14 million people have been affected, and by the time being, for at least for 4 months, Turkish Red Crescent Society and its nutrition platform members provided 500 million hot meals so far, and at the peak time, daily 2.5 million people, affected people, received hot meal, 3 meals a day from Kızılay and the feed platform. As for shelter, so far almost 900,000 tents set up at the field. Many of them dispatched to the villages and the rural areas, but we set up 350 disaster camps, and 2.5 million people also took shelter in those camps. Immediately, they moved on to the from the tents to the container-style housing facilities. Almost 200,000 container house have been installed so far, and now many of them living in good, better conditions if you compare with the tents. What about the health infrastructure? Actually, in this area, we have 11 provinces, 100,000 square kilometer area, 124 hospitals, and 13 of them damaged severely, and 14 moderately, and 75 minor, and 84 private hospitals and primary health care facilities, more than 2,000. Yes, we could manage, but in collaboration with the other provinces, neighboring provinces, healthcare staff, because all our colleagues who were living in the affected areas became the victim of the disaster. So they lost their loved ones, they lost their siblings or houses. So they need to get support abroad and neighboring provinces, and the total population in those areas, as I mentioned, 14 million. As an operational overview, so I selected 4 provinces, mostly affected provinces in the disaster. Arrival time of the first UMKE, our medical rescue team, from outside the province, 7:15. So arrival time of the first ambulance from outside the province, 7:15 as well. This day was the coldest day of the year, minus 20 degrees. So heavy snow blocked many roads. The frozen roads and broken roads and bridges closed many highways. It was really difficult to reach affected population, affected areas from neighboring provinces, and it took time to receive search and rescue services abroad or neighboring provinces, so hours and days. So because of this period, we lost many lives, unfortunately. Many UMKE vehicles, air ambulances, and land ambulances, and UMKE teams, 15,000 UMKE and emergency health personnel also worked in the area. And the transportation of the patients, almost 2,500 of them transported by the plane, and 50,000 of them by the ambulances, and more than 300 by the medical. After 2 months, you can see the occupancy rate of the active ward beds and the ICU beds. So 200,000 surgical operations have been done by the colleagues, and more than 4,000 intensive care cases, 600,000 discharged, and after 2 months, still 400,000 inpatients were exist in the ward. According to the experts of the mental health, almost 1 million people, victims, need emergency psychosocial support during the disaster. So you can see the activities of the Minister of Health, psychiatrists, psychologists, and Minister of Family in charge of psychosocial support, and Turkish Red Crescent Society and other NGOs. As a member of this platform, provided 2.5 million PSS sessions to the affected community. As for the water, sanitation, and hygiene, all infrastructure, all utility infrastructure have been affected. Water pipes, water reservoirs, water and wastewater treatment plants, pumping stations, and all infrastructure have been damaged. It was really difficult to provide drinkable water to 14 million people daily, and we did, thanks God, alhamdulillah, in collaboration with the private sector and other water directorates of the municipalities, and the civil society organizations and the individuals. They carried the bottles of the waters to the affected people, and we didn't see any outbreaks and infection diseases, waterborne diseases during the disaster. So almost 19,000 mobile toilets have been established, and 10,000 mobile shower and the washing machines have been established in affected areas. Another issue, another challenge for the system is managing the logistics. And supply chain have been broken, then it is really difficult to create a new value chain for a healthcare supply chain, nutrition supply chain, and other basic humanitarian needs, non-food items and food items supply chain system during these bad conditions. But as having an agile system is important during these disaster times, and the health logistics continue to serve the hospitals and small clinics everywhere. Thanks for civil society organizations and our disaster partners all over the world, like Brother Mohammed from the Malaysia Red Crescent Society. He is in charge of the disaster department, our colleague, and they bestowed their hands to Turkey and Syria as well. And you can see on the screen many NGOs, International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, and the UN agencies who implement their project activities in the affected areas. I thank you very much.
you. Thank you for the speech. I think you and your country faced the disaster, but I suppose the next step will be face the PTSD among survivors and all rescue staff. So it will be also problematic for the medical staff. Do you have any questions to our lecture? Anyone? I know that you are tired and you want to go to lunch, but maybe I have a question, and maybe this question will go to the Dr. Mustafa, because you talked about that preparing for disaster, and I have a question from the education field, because we know that we can train disaster medicine, emergency medicine, but when we're talking about disaster medicine, I'm curious when we should perform such as trainings in the undergraduate or postgraduate level, and with what frequency we should do it. Microphone.
Could you get closer to the microphone? I need to repeat again, please, your question. I can't hear you.
Okay, so I have a question. Should we train disaster medicine in the undergraduate or postgraduate education level? I mean that during them, for example, medical studies, or when someone finalizes his medical studies and it's physician. So at which level we should train disaster medicine according to your knowledge and your experience?
Thank you. It's a very important point. I heard that maybe Pierre knows better than me. In the U.S., disaster medicine is again a subspecialty in the emergency medicine. It must be, because the future, there's lots of disasters waiting for us. And the overwhelming of the emergency medicine is only handled this type of things. Briefly, disaster medicine should be subspecialty for the emergency medicine.
Mm-hmm. And with what frequency we should return the courses, for example? Because according to, for example, resuscitation, we know that every, for example, 3 months we should go to the simulation center and train the chest compression. But I know that disaster medicine is totally different, and in which frequency, 1 per year or 2 per year, you should think those courses, those trainings should be continue?
I think that only the course is not enough for the handling this issue. As you see, that's on the pictures, is wars and lots of problems waiting for us. At least 2 years subspecialty training, because in the scene, in the collapsed building, for example, when we're talking about the earthquakes, we should get close. And nobody can do the emergency physician's capacity. Analgesia, for example, and also nerve blocks. As I mentioned you during my presentation, you are talking with the victims of the earthquake, still alive, but trapped. Maybe needs 1 week to take it out to all the collapsed building. You need to pull out this patient as much as you can. And you need to give IV infusion, analgesic medications, nerve blocks, and amputation. I saw that even in the orthopedic surgeon. I have respect for other specialists. They hesitate to do this. These are not look like an operating theater conditions. Everywhere, there's dust everywhere, full of the dirty waters, green waters, dark waters, totally collapsed building. It's a very interesting issue. And there's also a lot of challenging also waiting for us, and we should need at least 2 years subspecialty training. And it's not in only handling with the courses.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Karim, you want to say something? Yeah. I have a question for you also at the same time. I want to ask you, Dr. Karim, what was your challenges for coordinations with the foreign medical team or foreign search and rescue team that was deployed during the Turkey earthquake?
Thank you, Mohammed. As for echo to Feridun, I would like to answer that question. I'm head of disaster medicine department at Aciltv University. I'm head of emergency aid and disaster management program. So we have a disaster medicine course at the last class of our undergraduate. Frequency one year, but we have the PhD program in the same time for the post-graduation. And there is still debate, disaster medicine belonging to whom. So disaster medicine as a multidisciplinary area, we have connection, very strong connection with emergency medicine, public health, military medicine, and the disaster management as well. So we have to keep this multidimensional focus. Otherwise, we lose some skills. So as for my knowledge and experience, we have to give an introduction to the emergency medicine residents and the students in the Faculty of Medicine, not only medicine, but all health-related also programs in the faculties, but well-established curriculum for disaster medicine must be at the last classes, and we have to identify certain skill sets for the curriculum, especially for the medical leadership or leadership during the disasters, team collaboration, and ethics, prioritization of the cases, many issues we have to deal with. So we need certain experience and skills. So the late classes for the for post graduation as well. As for your question, Mohammed, it was really difficult. So 10,000 search and rescue staff in the same days, within 3 days, from land, Iran, or Iraq, or Asia, or the Western Europe part, or by plane, by ship. So we received then all of our colleagues in our accommodation areas. We recorded them, and according to our national disaster response plan, identify the gaps in terms of search and rescue teams. So they dispatched all our colleagues. Turkish Red Crescent Society deal with the Red Cross and Red Crescent partners, and AFAD, Turkish Disaster Authority, deal with the states and the official departments, and we, as well as we try to manage the NGOs, and UN immediately set up the OCHA office in Turkey. Then OCHA set up their clusters, and each leading agency of the clusters lead their own clusters from the UN agencies. So well organized, and it was difficult, but I believe we did.
Excellent. I think part of the Malaysian search and rescue were there, and we were also coordinating well, and as well as the Malaysian society. Now, thank you, sir. I'd like to ask Dr. Pia. I know active shooting incident, it is not as easy as we think, because you need to act and react on care under fire. So, in the context of your presentation just now, what is the preparedness level of tertiary hospital you have, and how was your technical medical team responded to such event?
So we have been going and we've created a system where we approach each department and we bring our university police security with us. And our goal is that all of our staff are trained and practice on responding to an active shooter event. So we actually do real life simulations about once a month in different units. We train our staff in their area, and that's really the key, to go to their unit, show them which is the area that they would need to hide, which area, if they hide, they'll actually protect from bullets versus just being concealed where they see you. And then we actually do disarming training. So we will have somebody come in with a fake gun, and we will train sort of people without any sort of military or fighting skills, a simple way that anybody can disarm. Simple steps. We'll usually take somebody on the smaller side like me, of the person who is going to be carrying the weapon, be somebody physically larger, just to show that it's not about how strong you are, but certain techniques. So about once a month, we do different units, and we actually make sure staff practice hiding and actually shooting, so that they at least have the tools in their muscle memory of how to do it. And the idea is that we hit each unit, each staff. The training developed. We started it last year, and so far it's been really well received. And it's also a skill, it's a life skill that our staff take into their daily lives. These skills that can be applied anywhere.
Thank you so much. If there is no any question, there is one.
I have two questions, one for Dr. Mustafa Çelikmen. We know you're very active internationally, and thank you for your effort in earthquakes. I wonder if you think it would be beneficial or it would be efficient to add disaster medicine knowledge to the curriculums, to medical curriculums actually. Thank you. Right.
Thank you very much. This is a very important point. Definitely. Disaster medicine, especially the developing countries that they are living under, like us, disaster every landslides, earthquakes, floods. 2023 years, we saw all of them. We should get prepared, especially the healthcare workers, medical doctors, paramedics, nurses, they should get prepared. They get ready for this type of problem. Otherwise, after that, we should get ready for the risk management instead of crisis management. After the crisis happened, we are losing the game. But we get prepared with the knowledge of the disaster medicine. Thank you for this question. This is the definitely should insert the medical education to the curriculum of the medical faculties. Thank you for this question.
I have one more for Dr. Pia Daniel. Thank you for your presentation in advance. Sometimes when it comes to the violations, sometimes it's not the patient that causes the problem, but it's the come alongs, their relatives. Do you think it would be ethically or legal or any kind of beneficial to flag patients as violent, or it would be beneficial to eliminate these patients from the healthcare systems for good? Do you have any studies that based on these cases? Thank you.
That's a great question, and it was brought up at the issue is that it's not just the patient issue. There's been meeting with a lot of the pediatric leadership, the parents. And so really, looking at the scope, who are we flagging? who are we identifying, that we want it to go beyond just patient scale at triage, but just, maybe you have a morbidity or psychiatric issue, or maybe you're having an acute deliria issue that we problem. But maybe your family member, your parent, history of so the first thing is really us broadening the scope of who are we flagging. And I think that's a really, really good question. It's not just the patients. And then what are we doing with this flag? So yes, I've identified the patient, child, patient, mother, often issue. And then how are we handling it? We actually just have to make legal to really just figure out what is sort of our position. And our end goal is that we want to sort of safely and we don't want to not give somebody is but we want to give that care in a safe way. We want to have systems in place to protect patients, families, staff, and patients. And so that is a really important position. And again, I know that in general hospitals here, you're probably a couple of steps ahead of us as far as patients, but I really, recommend that everybody look at your hospital policy. What are you doing with patients? What is the scope of your problem? And what is a way that you can manage them? And so that's sort of why I listed the surveys we gave staff a lot of options. What would you like to see? One thing to select them, then what should right? So maybe it looks like all this maybe it looks like patient relations, especially if it's not necessarily the patient itself. Maybe it looks like security more frequently. So the idea is that we don't want to, and even when we are wording the flag, we don't want it to look like it is. We don't want that perception. We want it to be in a very sort of objective. We are putting this in place for your protection. It's never about your. It's more that we understand that this is an issue. You need, whether it's just that patient setting, you need to be able to visit your child. But we know that there are issues. So what are the steps that we can start to make it a so I think that's a great question. Very great. Get everybody involved. But the overall idea is that we want people to be. So instead of just barring people, instead of just getting out, let's take some steps. We know this get patient relations, get all the on so that she understands. The other thing we've just established is a patient sign. States acceptable and behavior by patient. That also well, you sign this, you agree to it, and not break it. So that also is one way it's tricky. But the idea is we don't want people to feel welcome. We don't want providers to give up, but we want answer and don't answer.
Thank you so much. If you have other questions, please talk directly to the speakers. As I suppose we can agree that we can finalize this session and we will meet here in 2:30 because right now we have the lunch break. So bon appetit and see you later.
Yeah, can we have the speakers on stage for a photograph, if you don't mind? Thank you.
we want to report it as a percentage of absolute number we can get information, but we would get the penalty if we didn't report it. And so we just couldn't develop a standard process to help give staff. It led to a significant burden, getting financial and other penalties for missing deadlines, and essentially diverting staff from patient care. I was an emergency room physician who was taken out of the ER during the peak of our COVID response, 2 weeks, so that I could be in an office helping the staff because our reporting team wasn't able to keep with it. Our hospital administration was so afraid of getting it. And then when you look at the resources of a facility like ours, where we're independent, don't have a lot of shared resources in the city, and then you compare it with a large network hospital where there's 11 different hospitals across the city. Just looking at the difference in the resources, right? The large network hospital, they had a specific non-clinical 50-person team that could do this reporting. They had a centralized process, all automated, everybody had universal access to it. So the burden for that group was very small on the clinical staff. And then you compare it to the resources that our hospital has. Right? We have no dedicated. The process of getting reporting essentially was decentralized. There was no centralized place that we could even share information. A lot of the information was not able to get from our record. So it ended up looking like using clinical staff. So the mandate reporting, it really leads to reporting. There's significant reporting barriers, and there's also diversion of resources away from the front line. And when you look at the questions they were asking, when you look at the different agencies, there was so much redundancy. But it was just done in such a way that was really, really difficult to create nice. So the frequencies of the report constantly change, and then the definitions of the variables were either very obscure or constantly change. And so the idea is that the public health needs of a disaster, it requires a more coordinated, efficient system to share information and minimize and really understand that different health systems have different capacities to do this. And when you ramp up reporting 30 daily reports, you need to understand the acute facility. And then again, it all translates to the community. So the community that we were serving, it had less clinical resources to treat patients because those clinical resources were divergent reporting versus those larger networks, they had the capacity to deal with it. So just understanding that creating these universal mandate reports is very, very difficult for institutions. And really, this is all about the public health sector really needs to have a better communication with the acute care facilities during disaster. Really, what are the variables that we need from the facility, and maybe what are some variables that we just have facilities that give this without.
Bravo, Doctora. I can't believe you did that in 10 minutes. Any questions for Dr. Apia? She deserves that. Thank you, Dr. Apia. Our next speaker is Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed, you here? No, Dr. Ahmed. Oh, now me.
All right. Amin Antoine Kazi, who is an emergency medicine specialist. Definitions, challenges, opportunities.
First of all, thank you for having me at WASM. And it's always to see my colleague. Be so proud that has been able to develop emergency medicine faster and more in a more advanced way. Today, I was supposed originally to talk about some type of challenges and something. But I decided to change the topic to something that's more relevant because I just came from a training with more than 1,000 patients and nurses. On Thursday, the Ministry of Health, the Lebanese Order of Physicians for National Safety, as well as the MSF, ISF, ICRC, come together to start and of course, not only a full or possibly whatever other our country has been devastated by a major financial crisis, nearly total collapse of what we have had before. We are particularly vulnerable right now in terms of having an increase. So, as president of the Lebanese Society and as founding chairman and founding leader within the specialty in Lebanon in terms of developing emergency medicine as a specialty and working with other colleagues to develop the whole healthcare system, we started heavy training in war casualty and ED management of mass casualty incidents. They all come together. There are many aspects of them that go all the way from the field before you get to the mobile unit, from there all the way to the hospitals and the pre-hospital system. And then there is a whole world of emergency department management skills that we developed at the American University of Beirut into an actual set of lessons and principles, which I would like to share with you today. So, just to give you a bit of context to what we're dealing with, we've had fires in 2019, protests and manifestation, a collapse, the August 2020 Beirut port explosion. Our department had more than 800 casualties arrive within hours. We had to take care of these 800 patients, including more than 20 that died and more than 80 that were admitted. So we have been strained, and we've had, in the last 20 years, since I've been back to Lebanon, we've had no less than 30 mass casualty incident activations in our own department, civil riots, internal street conflicts between militias, with tens of wounded and casualties arriving to our department. We had the 2006 Israeli-Lebanon war also, which caused 33 days of heavy casualty load on our department. The difference between prior years and now is that since we are board-certified, residency-trained specialists in the specialty, have been able to really look at what's in common between all of them. We did not rotate for a few years and move on, or for a few months and move on. So this ambiance allowed us to sit and think together what is common to all of them. And today I'm sharing this with you. To start with, why is the emergency department central in mass casualty incidents? It's obvious to many of you, but I'd like to highlight them. One is the identification of the external disaster. That's where the first patients arrive. We're the first to really recognize something is happening. Of course, if you hear a mass bombing, that doesn't mean necessarily it's going to affect you. And that doesn't mean that there are necessarily patients. When they start arriving, the first place that will know about the fact that there is mass casualty is the ED. You're also the place where you'll initiate the process that will activate the disaster plan. I didn't say you will activate the disaster plan, but that's where you will start the process. You triage the mass casualty into different categories. You initiate life-saving, stabilization measures and interventions. You administer emergency department care, and you recognize that, well, it's slowing down after 6, 7, 8 hours, 10 hours, and that's when you start initiating the process to clear the disaster plan and send people home. So among the lessons we learned, that while drills are scheduled, mass casualties are not. So since incidents are different than drills, while we do need to have those drills, we need to remember that they will hit you when you least consider them. And why is that important? Because your own capacity and surge capacity are variables that depend on your load and the time of the day or the day of the week when you're being struck. So what is a mass casualty incident also for your own ED may not be a mass casualty for another. So in a sense, if you have one doctor in any emergency department, you have one doctor, 2 nurses on duty, and they receive 5 patients, 10 patients, to them that's mass casualty. In my department, where in the afternoon we may have 5 faculty, 15 residents, another 10 students, 20 nurses, 10 patients are not a big deal for us. We can handle them. We will get busy, but we'll handle them. We don't need to activate. So the load depends on your own capacity and your own surge capacity. So if you strike us with a mass casualty incident when we have a full emergency department with bed overcrowding and people staying over for a day or 2, it's a different experience than when you have your consultants available in-house or not available in-house. 2 o'clock in the morning obviously is different than 4 in the afternoon. So you need to take that into consideration when you define your own capacity and the trigger level of when do you activate. But more importantly, when you define your own hospital and regional disaster plan, don't rest, do not. Why? We've looked at this. And I can tell you that no more than 30% of emergency departments in Lebanon, have some degree of knowledge of what their plan is. Many people do the plan in a piece of paper or a document that's in a policy in a drawer of someone, but that doesn't mean that everybody knows what it is. And even if the head of the department may know what it is, the head of the department may be in Wasm lecturing. So something else may be happening over there, and everybody should know their role and their duties to really activate. Do you have a plan? Is it an actual plan? Will it work? Has it been tested to match your resource and reality? Not to really be just principles you advocate for that no one knows about. And do all stakeholders know about it? Have you trained and included, housekeeping and registration and security and pharmacy, central supplies? Are they all aware of what their duties are in the case of an activation? So when do you activate a plan? Everyone with a bit of testosterone thinks that they should be. Fortunately, my department is led by my colleague, Professor Evelyn Hitti. Evelyn doesn't have testosterone, so really she really thought very carefully about this and was able to develop a system which we believe is essential. We alert the hospital director, but mobilizing a whole hospital should be done by the hospital director, not by you. In 2012, there was a Starko bombing which caused almost 40 casualties, about 5 dead, the rest were wounded. We were the closest hospital. They brought them all to us as usual because they were not, that's what people tend to go. And that's not ideal, but that's where they tended to go. They had not learned yet to distribute them more properly through a proper dispatch. But patients don't know. They just rush to the closest place. So when we were struck, we realized that if we left the actual activation to the hospital director themselves alone, it may take half an hour to activate, and that half an hour is brutal, because the key element in preparing for the mass casualty second wave of patients, not the first few who tell you there is a problem, the key element is to have these 15 minutes are unforgiving. That's the time when you get ready, set things up, and call people in. You empty the department within this time. So what we realize is that it is essential for the department to retain the capacity to alert the institution for put people on alert. So we have a tiered response. First, we go on alert, and 2, we go on activation. The second thing we decided, because we do realize that you have to estimate your capacity, your search capacity, the time of the day. What can you handle? What is the exact number you're predicting of people to come? So you have to assess that before you go to the next step, and the next step is a level 2, not a level 1 activation. A level 2 activation is different than a level 1. Level 1, you activate everybody with the plan. But the level 2 is you activate only select services, or at least the people on call that you need to call in. You don't activate the dermatology consult on call, but you activate the trauma surgeons, you activate the general surgery department, you activate your intensive care support, the people on call, not everybody, but a limited response of activation. So to properly decide, you need a proper assessment of your ED current capacity and search capacity at that particular time. So the ED attending on duty in charge is the person who makes that assessment. I can't make it from here. They have to be on site. And then you have to secure early and properly, accurate information suggesting more victims are expected. And who is the best source for information? The best source of information is not the media, is not hospital security, is not the police, nor the hospital leadership. They themselves don't know. The media will take half an hour at least to get down there and figure out what's going on. So how do you know? So you can activate early. You will know from the first patients that will walk through your door, because they will, from the scene of the incident, these people, whoever brought them in a taxi cab, in a car, by family, or whether they drove themselves just with their walk-in wounded to your department, they will provide you the information, and that's the most accurate, relatively, source of early information to what's going on out there and whether you should predict that more victims are expected. Defining your capacity threshold, as I mentioned, should be defined by your own institution depending on your size. You can't, what is your capacity? What is the range of patients you can handle? We have more than 150 institutions in Lebanon. They're not all tertiary care centers. So you have to think in that sense. So using tiered activation, the level 1, level 2, like I mentioned, using an alert, and remembering that there is a general rule, which is the upside-down triage, which I'll mention in the next lesson. But overall, if you want to assume, well, I'll go now here. No. Overall, you have to assume that you're going to get a first wave of walk-in wounded, and then the second wave. It's like a tsunami. You get a small wave and then a bigger wave. The bigger wave is when the first responders have gotten down there and they're starting to bring to you the sicker patients that cannot transport themselves. So you see the first wave, always predict 20 minutes up to an hour after, you're going to start getting double the number of the first wave you've received. It's almost kind of, I mean, I'm approximating, but if I get 20 patients that are walking wounded, I can comfortably assume that by the end of the second hour, I'll have 60 patients in my department. Of course, I'm referring here to single incident like car bomb and blasts. So when one thing happens and you have a lot of mass casualty, single incident of blast, which is what we're used to in Lebanon, that's what we get. Now, of course, you can tell me, would that apply when you have an air raid or a structural collapse? No. People will take time to be extricated. You'll still have your first wave, but you'll have more severely injured people, and patients will be delayed because they will need to be extricated. And that will make them dwindle over the few hours that come after. There is an assumption we always make that put them in the green, and then you come to the green at the end, that you're going to have additional resources. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't apply everywhere, because many places do not have additional resources. They may not have the supplies. They may not have enough. I mean, I own a medical center outside Beirut on the road to south. I have 10 chest tubes, 20 ET tubes, maybe less, probably expired. how able am I to really support a mass casualty incident? So resources may be outstripped, so you have to think about the duration and think of sustainability issues. Therefore, it may be advisable when you receive the greens and to make them wait, not to give them any attention. Triage them out, put them in the green zone, or instruct them to head somewhere else, to head to somewhere further away than the emergency department. If they're green, they don't need to be taken care of in your department if you're the closest to the close to the vicinity of the incident. I beg, impose, educate everybody not to call the emergency department. This is not the time, everybody should know, this is not the time to call the head of the department, hello, do you need me? Should I come down? Look, I'm in outside an hour away. Should I really come? Is it bad? How is it like? This is not the time. Already when you have a bomb blast, most phone lines will be overwhelmed and you will have an interruption of communication. Do not burden the ED. Follow the plan. Go to where you need to go when you're supposed to be mobilized. Do not strain what's already strained and distract us. Follow or don't come. Pre-identify mobilization sites where they go. Hospital employees should not come to the hospital, to the ED. They should go to the cafeteria or to the patio away from the ED, and that's where they gather. And the leadership of the disaster committee, the chief of staff, the nursing director, etc., whatever is in your plan, will be selecting people and sending them where they need them, in the ED or outside the ED, on the floors, in the intensive care unit. They identify the gaps, and you should not be in our face, essentially. One entrance, one exit. And I personally believe that one companion with every patient should be allowed, especially with children. Why? Because you need them as transport. Two, because you need them to identify the patient and that you're giving the right treatment for the right patient. Because patients can go back and forth, move around. You will send them to CT scan. During the bomb blast, we had 3 scanners. The port blast of Beirut 2020. We had 3 scanners operating, and every scan had more than 25 patients in line. We had 1 or 2 patients arrest, deteriorate in line. You have to realize if you send them there, the transportation person will not be able to come back. So you need someone to stay with them to identify them, because identification issues are important. Drill everybody on their duties in every department, the chief of staff, the hospital director. They should not know your plan only, they should know where they fit within the plan. The housekeepers, the nursing director, the admitting head, the support personnel, housekeeping, everybody should be drilled and have their own. We use these categories, all of us, the red, the yellow, the green and the black. Well, I'll tell you 2 lessons. One, when I showed up during the bomb blast to my department, and my juniors, my own former students who now are leaders, but I arrived there and Evelyn told me, I go, where do you need me? I came on my motorcycle so I can squeeze between the shattered glass and all the debris. So I arrived to the department 20 minutes, we had people everywhere already. So when I showed up there, I came from Damour, which is 20 kilometers away from Beirut. So I arrived, I heard the bomb, I just came down. I didn't ask or call. So I parked and I walked in. A friend of mine called me with his wife injured from like 6 kilometers away, wife and daughter. I told him go somewhere else. Very hard to say, just said go somewhere else, because I knew it was necessary to use other resources. I show up there and she says, I need go to the yellow zone. This is not the time to say, but I'm the one who intubates, I'm the most senior, I want to go to the red zone. Why? Why? Because people are doing CPR in every bed, or intubating and doing primary, secondary surveys. I mean, that's not what we need. The yellow zone is where you salvage people, where you find your own chair of your own department of radiology on the floor, bludgeoned on the floor with his wife, and nobody realizes he's on Coumadin with a brain injury. That's where you can salvage patients who can be salvaged but should be read or resuscitated. The yellow is a very critical area for assessment, reassessments, and you need the most experience there. That's what you needed. Leave the red to the surgeons. They're gonna come down and they, you know surgeons, they're gonna come down to the red zone. Give them the red zone. 1 hour later, half of them, all of them, will be in the operating room. So you don't have to worry about it. They'll clear up the place. Just send them with the patient and take over. In due time, it's okay. It's just resuscitation, primary, secondary survey. Go use your brain to operate your department the way it needs to be operated. Second lesson I want to talk about. I said send the green away. Send the green away. To send them to a floor that you in your own hospital where you send medical students with staples or something. Just you don't need to have them in your face. And the black, that's in the NATO, you can use black. Black, he's dying, he's gonna die, he's celebrating, we're away, just let him die in a palliative area and let's just, or send him to the morgue or put him in a corner where it's quiet with his family so they can pray together. That you cannot do in Beirut. You cannot do what I mean, yes, obviously they're black, right? These shouldn't be brought in the department in the first place. Rescuers should know. But when you see the local mayor of Hamra in Beirut next to AUB carrying his own son with a gunshot wound in the eye and brain coming out from the other side, you don't say, hey, he's dead, take him to the black. You say, come my way, and you take him to the resuscitation room, and you just do barely enough to make sure the father knows that his son has been assessed and that some has been done to really heal them. Otherwise, you will be the next target, and they will blow up in your face. If you want to avoid turning black, do not say black. Do not say black. Use colors to tag your nurses if you can. In Corona, it was hard. Everybody was blue. But you really need to tag them so that people know where your nurses are. And it's time for nurses to understand that the junior nurse in my department is their zone leader. Because the junior nurse knows where my medications are, where the supplies are, where the chest tube is, where the phone, how they know the plan of the ED and they should lead. If you don't have enough people, first thing you need to take care and make sure there is somebody who's a disaster medical officer, also a disaster nursing officer, to clear the department, bring the stock, bring the supplies that you already have on the side, move the chairs out of the rooms, put them in the zone, green zone, clear the ED from every patient, over-admit them or send them home immediately for delayed care. Make decisions. It's not time to charge, just empty your department. That's your first step. Put somebody at the door to do triage. The triage is a different type of triage. This triage is just to look at the patient. This is the triage. You look at them. Are they mentating? Are they posturing? Are they not? If they have cardiovascular collapse, they'll be out. So anybody who's unresponsive, who has decreased level of consciousness, obviously when the respiratory distress or unresponsive, such a patient will go to the red. Patients who are in pain but alert and oriented can go yellow. So, and people who are walking, they go green. So you make that decision. Who can make that decision? You don't have to be a doctor. You may need a doctor in the red zone and the yellow zone. That's your two primary problems. So where do you send them? You put a nurse, a senior nurse can do this job sometimes better than your own doctors. That's the order, and then you assume that there will be other people to come and help you. So when Kazi arrives on his motorcycle, go to the yellow zone. Okay? So, and then you have the green and the orange. I mentioned orange, that's actually next to the red. It's an expansion of the red zone. Do the primary in the resuscitation, do the secondary survey in the yellow. If they make it and then don't go to the OR from the red zone or to the morgue. You need a Foley, you need an NG tube, you need the primary, secondary survey. Move them out to a larger expanded area where other people can do the actual secondary survey. Leave a safety stock. Before the bomb blast in Beirut, we had almost 300 enough supplies and stock planned carefully to take care of patients. And we had the safety stock that we replenish every 3 months, and we have it ready. We prepared it 20 years ago. That list can be updated, but it's there. We have pre-registered clipboards and patients that are in the room because they are a different color than the usual clipboards. So brown versus red. You can use color coding to help you know where the patients are. Beware of electronic records. Electronic records can be useful in small-scale activations, but when you have 800 people showing up, and we did, what do you do? You're going to use Epic to be able to really figure out what to do? We have Epic, yes. So what do? Epic will go beep, 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 beep. They will blow up. You cannot use Epic in that situation. So that's when you use the surrogate that's with the patient transporting them. That's when you use medical student. 200 medical students can be very useful when they come from medical school. They will accompany, they will stay with the patients or within zones with the sole responsibility of making sure patients are correctly identified. Would you put the ED triage outside your door or inside your door? Outside your door, they'd be stampeded on, so put them inside the door. Put the gates with a small opening you open just for the patient. Because when the ambulance comes, especially with militias or the clans, you have clans, who come in, like the whole village comes down. When they come in in one ambulance, you open the door, you have 2 casualties and 10 people on top of them. And they will all come out and jump, and they want to carry the stretcher your way. When they carry the stretcher your way, what you do is you send your orderly to help with the stretcher, but instead of pushing your way, they push the other way. They actually slow them down, because these are literally torpedoes that will blast through anything. So strong steel doors that can handle a car, barely open, that open only to allow slowed down torpedoes from coming in and be assessed by your triage personnel. They get wrapped, tagged, they get the paper clipboard, and they get directed yellow, green, or other. And if you have conflicts between separating parties, I don't want to get into specifics, but we have 18 sects in Lebanon. If they start killing each other, or you have tribes, you have different, constituents of the Lebanese community, and they're all outside the door. What you do, you need to separate them. If the police are coming from riots, and you have the rioters in the same place, you don't want to transport that into your department. So think about separating them or taking their clothes off. And even better, before bringing them in, agree with the pre-hospital personnel to try to separate them to different hospitals. That doesn't work all the time, but if you can do that, it's a good trick. Zero tolerance for non-medical questions. If you find people asking questions, where were you shot, how were you shot, who was there, who shot you, get them out of the department. That's your priority. Zero tolerance for non-medical questions. Secure the perimeter. I have started something that is considered probably unethical, but when people show up in my department asking me whether I need them and they're not on my list, especially with the hospital directors, what I do to them, I say, welcome, thank you for coming. Please, can you help the people outside, the security outside, hold the crowd outside? So I use them as actually body shields against the torpedoes and against the 400, 500, 1,000 people trying to walk into the department to see if their family members are inside. Remember, no phones, they cannot reach them, they can't find them. Everybody thinks that their family members is injured and they want to check every patient you have. So to prevent them, you put the steel barrier and a barrier of humans, your own security if you have any, but also your own volunteers who volunteer when you don't want them. Send them out, they want to smoke, and they're there because they're curious. They're happy anyway. Then they never say no. They are very agreeable to go out there. Consider the fact that police and security and army may not show up. They usually show up 6 hours later. They're usually in the field. They're occupied. And sometimes you don't even want them because they may be the ones who shot the people you have in your own department. So think about that and get smart. What's getting smart? It's first of all finding Mr. Smart. I have an expertise in that. I go outside and take a look around. I see somebody, my height usually, wearing a suit. That's why I don't like wearing suits, with a tie. They're a bit more stocky than that. They typically have a mustache, not always. But you go out there behind the security and you shout, who's in charge over here? And they point. Typically, it's the guy who looks like that. Thank you for being here. You hold it. If he has a gun, that's the guy. So what you do is you say, I need your help. The moment you say, I need your help, Tu'mur Hakim. Yes, what do you want, doctor? Can you please help me do a cordon here, secure a perimeter for me? 95% of the time, I would say, that's it. Two different words. Mustafa, Muhammad, Hala, the two words, they know each other. You get a cordon and everybody is away. It's peace. Occasionally you chosen the wrong guy, but the point is you end up 2, 3 more wounded. That's not a big deal. That's better than having them inside your department. So give the crowd or local stakeholders, prepare for these with your local community, the mayor, send the police from the municipality. You can have people in front of you. They're not all tertiary care centers. They may not have what I have at AUB, where I have security officers, protection officers to come and help me. But you need to secure your perimeter and prevent people from burgeoning into your department. That concept was used in Darfur, by the way. I'm not the one who started that, by the MSF. Direct crowds away, get smart. So when they show up, they want to know if my patients, you make a list, even if it's not complete, and you post it away on the other wall, like 500 meters away in the other main building. So they go over there. So there is a list. So they go check the list, and that's better. So you deflate them away. 2, you communicate with pre-hospital providers not to bring dead bodies into your department. So you don't have these explosions of emotions. And so what you do is you send them to the morgue. It succeeds in 30% of the time. They still bring people into you. And the best trick of all, when they're coming in, angry militiamen or soldiers, they don't have to be militias, your local armed forces. When they're coming in very angry, you look at them, you say, come my way, come my way. And you never say, why are you bringing them here, or slow it down. Just opposite. Come here, bring them to me, bring them. The moment they see that they come your way, you say, who's in charge here? And you'll always have an alpha person who's going to say, him, who's the leader of the gang. Is there a relative? I need you to come with me, but we need blood. What do you mean you need blood? You need blood. Everybody will stop. The torpedo will take a halt and they'll say, take my blood. And you send them to the 5th floor blood bank on the other building where they hate me and they have a post for me saying dead or alive, wanted. So, I send them all out there to give blood. So automatically you bring the other 2 with you, and you can this way be able to resuscitate and take care of the patient with you. And if you think that they're dying, these patients are in bad shape, you engage them in a little bit of bagging. That's the black. You make them help you, and then you become their friend rather than their target. This issue, he lives or you die, doesn't happen with me because I'm part of the team. They always think of you as part of the team when you engage them as members of the team that's doing the resuscitation. Patients will look like each other, keep the ED records with the patient, keep the actual clipboard with the patient so you can know, check and recheck because they will locate. No media, don't talk to the media, no media. Whatever you say, even if you're in control, they're gonna say, Hammock, it's a disaster in the emergency department at the UB. They don't want to hear everything is in control. Okay? So it's not your business to talk to media. You have no time for that. Let the hospital disaster committee and director do that. And have a deputy from that director with you so that they take the information without you having to answer the call all the time. Remember to have shortwave radios, Wi-Fi, use WhatsApp, because cell phones will be down, SMS will be delayed. You really have a hard, beepers aren't being used. So remember communication is going to be challenged, and think about that. Think about preventable field mortality during transfers. Train people to properly transfer patients. So if you have a pneumothorax, don't intubate and send for a chest tube first. Make sure you have no unwanted volunteers, and think about working in austere environments. Be ready to use ketamine and other things like that. Impose what kind of donations you expect from people. Do not take any donations people want to give you. They will give you things that are not useful, so they'll tax you. And remember that when you are dealing with something that's prolonged, do not all stay awake all night. Take turns, because they will come in at any moment. You may end up with Red Cross, 10 ambulances arriving from the south, and you don't even know what to do. So you need to take turns and beware of fatigue, because you need to sustain activity 24/7 in the case of war. And think of the finances and who's going to pay for whatever other, who's going to pay for the injuries, for the people who die, how you're going to compensate people if they stay with you for 33-day war. There are other aspects of preparedness that must be tackled. Dulci bellum and expertise are words written by Erasmus in the 13th century, and what they mean is what is delightful to those who have no experience of it. I'll entertain any questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Kazi. If you want, you can keep going to your second presentation.
I'm sorry?
If you want, you can keep going to your second presentation.
Thank you. Anybody has any questions for this one? Go ahead, because let me see.
Developing emergency medicine in a developing nation with a fee-for-service payment system, challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, Doctor. But I'll take a question on
Yeah, dear Chair, I have a question. Can I do? I have a question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kazi, for this nice, impressive sharing. It was really very nice. You have 24 lessons. I got it. Very nice. Everyone was very nice. I want to pay attention, especially about the be aware about our limitation. You mentioned we have to be aware about fatigue. This is really very important. We have this problem in Kahramanmaraş earthquake, for example. There was not any staff. So we have very limited number of the staff. They have to stay for 4 years, for 5 days, 5 nights. What do you think about this issue? My second question was that, for example, the disaster doesn't come to another place only. Sometimes they come to the hospital also. And the hospital may collapse. We have this problem. There was not any other extra stuff. We just have the person who were at shift. And their relatives, father, children, they were also collapsed. Nobody can reach to the hospital. We had just only 1 or 5 person. They can come for help. Only 5 person, a very big hospital. What do you think about? What can we do? What do you have suggestion for this issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking these excellent questions. But I, in a way, alluded to them. To start with, not all incidents are the same. Like, for example, a bomb blast will injure people from all different factions in Lebanon. It's different than when you have street riots or fighting on the streets. When you are fighting on the streets with battles of the sword, you end up with no crowds at your door. You have 20, 30 people, 40 people, but you don't have 1,000 people trying to come in. So the crowds coming in it's not always. You need to have the experience to know that an air raid, an earthquake, different incidents have a different impact on different things. Things like available resources, things like crowd control, they have different flavors depending on the type of incident it is. But if you have a single incident with a large number of people, I gave you some rules to how to manage crowds. With regard to fatigue, there was in the last slide a section on austere environment. In the interest of time, I didn't go into this, but I'll tell you that at the end of the day, I mentioned ketamine, right? At the end of the day, I can tell you that when we had 800 people in our department, we were not able to provide the same level of care that we usually provide on every day. So the first rule, we have even published an article, some of our own residents, literally talking about how hard it was for them, how much they cried, because they couldn't do the things they do normally for patients. So, I'm sorry, I'm talking to you and I'm getting a little bit of goose skin thinking about those moments. They're unforgiving, doctor. Yes, you have in this austere environment where you may not even have power or things to give to your patients. And that's a fact of the matter, okay? You really want to help, but you cannot help. So, it's unforgiving, but you really need to do your best by taking care of the ones you can save and keep alive, and the ones where you have the capacity to intervene and save them. And this requires the experience of the people working in the department. Additional help, you have to be creative. I mentioned how you can use the local policemen, local community volunteers, you know, who many times just show up. I have not had at any time, you know, a shortage of people willing to help me. But the people who were willing to help us from the community often were not qualified. I mean, did I not see people who needed cervical spine immobilization be brought by blankets or carried on their back? I mean, we all see that. Is it ideal? No, it's not. Have we stapled wounds that had glass in them? Have we told people with glass injuries to go home and come back the next day to be repaired? Have we have medical students taken care of faces the way they should? Have we repaired and re-repaired some of these injuries later? Yes, we do. You have to be creative, doing the best you can with the resources you have. You mentioned to me families. In my department, we have 8 board-certified physicians. 3 of us had direct injuries in our families. Mazen was taking care of his wife and child. Gilbert brought his own son. He was just next to the airport, who was injured. He was 200 meters away. This whole apartment was injured. The head of our pharmacy and risk management were injured. The chair of radiology was injured. I can tell you, and no one knew he was on the floor. I mean, it wasn't his wife. I couldn't even recognize him. So, in the yellow zone. So we get injured in our families, of course, and that's very harsh and hard. But, you know, I can tell you that's the best we can do. So I don't know how to answer your question 100%. Fatigue, yes, fatigue. Why did I mention fatigue? Because I have been exhausted staying up all night with the staff, and then I get hit with people who arrived unannounced from another hospital, evacuated unannounced to us from the south of Lebanon, arriving. It was the Red Cross. They had no communication. They just arrived. 12 casualties. I was too exhausted. I know that I could have been a better doctor that day. So, nevertheless, that's what I could do. So we accept those models. Okay, thank you. Hope I answered you right. The next talk I want to tell you is really about reimbursement models. I think I have maybe 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. I don't have the answers to everything, but because I came to Lebanon and I was able to succeed in establishing the specialty in Beirut, you know, for many of you who may not know me enough, I'm the past president of the American Academy of Emergency Medicine. So I trained at I'm a UCLA graduate who trained in Detroit and spent 16 years as a faculty at the University of California and in Detroit at Henry Ford Hospital. So I'm used to the American model, and I came to Lebanon and started alone with residents and developed a residency program that's ACGME accredited. So we are Joint Commission accredited, Magnet accredited. So it's we transplanted the place into Beirut. And from that, we ended up with another 3 or 4 residency programs showing up in the country. Now, when I arrived there, I had to deal with the fact that we had a fee-for-service national model, and we're dealing with a situation where in many countries, I'm sure Turkey had to face those same issues, and maybe facing them still, but the emergency department is an undervalued service by institutions, by administrators, by patients, by authorities, and the rest of the medical staff. They all were undervaluing the service, just complaining. They want more, but they give it less value and less support. They don't give them equipment, they don't give them staff, and they don't give them any adequate access to hospital resources. This was the way emergency medicine started in many countries, including Turkey, I'm sure. So we had limited ED leadership, limited support for them. They were part-timers who were given, usually the worst surgeon or the worst internist was left there to take care of it because they had nothing else to do. They would assign them something and not give them any resources to work. There was little effort to capture expenses, true expenses, or generate revenue out of the emergency department. And nobody was out there to properly secure support and resources. The EDs needed support for their structure, for operations, for coverage by attendings, by physicians, by nurses, and needed people to run the place. It's a full-time job when you have 30,000 patients a year. It's a full-time job. When you have more than that, you need assistants, assistant medical directors. What if you have an academic responsibility also? Here we go. We have 3 leaders you need for a department. Then there are pre-hospital services that may be deficient. You may not have a proper space, proper design, and you have difficulty with providing proficient, qualified, trained, credentialed staffing by nurses, by technicians, phlebotomists. There is no adequate continuing education, and there is no true citizenship or stewardship. There are no stylets, there are no Yankauer suctions, you have no suction, no proper tools. In Egypt, I remember touring with the Minister of Health, in their biggest institution, they had no defibrillator in the emergency department. They had to take the patient to the 5th floor. So today, I'd like you to start thinking, what are the models of reimbursement and reimbursement regulations in your own country? Have they helped advance the specialty or impeded its growth? Is reimbursement competitive in emergency medicine with other specialties? Are you being compensated the same way? Is it undercompensated and reducing interest by excellent students and physicians to practice, train, or stay in emergency medicine? What are the strengths, weaknesses, and pitfalls of the compensation system that allowed your specialty to grow? And what are billing regulations that you think that will protect the specialty and you would like to see advanced? These are good points to start to think about. In general, remember, you think of people either paying or somebody else is paying for them, right? That's a simple way. Either they pay or someone else pays. So in Lebanon, we had cash self-pay. We had people with private insurance. You had employees who had developed their own plans of like a cooperative that they administered themselves. And you have then cooperatives of national groups or special industry groups. And then you have the labor ministry has something known as the National Social Security Fund, which is almost 1/3 of the population of Lebanon. And what they do is they also set rates and determine what and how many people can be paid for every admission, who gets paid and who doesn't. You have then Ministry of Health coverage. So the Ministry of Health coverage is when, for example, people have no money. So if they don't go to a private hospital, there are allocated budgets that can be spent on non-funded patients. And that's the sad trick. So in 2006, I took care of 3,000 patients in my department, including 12 dead and 120 wounded, 270 admissions, and more than 300, injured patients admitted. The Ministry of Health paid the whole department for 33 days of work, $260 for 33 days. That's like 8 cents per patient. How can you provide coverage for 33 days? How can you pay people to take care of patients if you're gonna give them 8 cents? So obviously it's not, we need to know the details because the devil is always in the detail. It's easy to go on national TV and say, oh, everybody's covered, but de facto people aren't. And they hide behind rules, like things like, oh, the Ministry of Health covers only inpatient admissions. They don't cover outpatient. Oh, you're not on the formulary. Your specialty is not on the formulary. So, sorry, we don't pay emergency physicians. We pay the admitting doctor only. Let them pay you. Take away from them. So that's not going to happen. And then you have armed forces medical insurance coverage. And we have many. We have the Sûreté Générale, the immigration police. We have the customs police. We have the internal security police. And then you have the Lebanese army. And every one of them has their own form of coverage and rules. Very fragmented. And background, we have 163 institutions that claim to be to be hospitals. De facto, some of them don't exist due to corruption. Some of them are just small little dispensaries or units that are called hospitals just for funding purposes. We have 138 private and almost 25 public hospitals. Public hospitals are supposed to be 100% free. We do have a lot of doctors, two for every 1,000 person in Lebanon, and our pre-hospital sector is based on volunteers. Now, hospital models, we have private, but we said we have government hospitals. There is also an army-owned army hospital, where most of the time the scanner is broke. And then you have university hospitals that are supposed to be not-for-profit, and that's supposed to be is big. And then you have university, because their bills can be big. And then you have hospitals that convince universities to call them affiliated. So they do exchanges. They provide students, residents that rotate between the two, and they have accordingly affiliation. They work somewhat for profit still. And there are government hospitals that have established affiliation. Again, fragmentation that leads to a lot of chaos in reimbursement models and reimbursement activity. So let's start with everybody wants affordable emergency care. So if you ask people and administrators and policy leaders, politicians, what do you want for patients? Every patient is entitled to affordable emergency care. Ideally, affordable to them means free. Somebody else should pay for it, not me. To insurance patient, affordable means how can I coerce facility and providers to accept the least reimbursement for providing excellent care or care. To the government, affordable becomes restricting access to resources, to limit utilization, to only when it's most needed, and when it's difficult to say no to patients. Outcome, fragmented, heterogeneous, overlapping, where people in the same family or the same person may have national coverage by the fund and have private insurance, where patients have to pay out of pocket in addition to insurance to be accepted for certain specific procedures that are negotiated. A lot of, you go into a private government hospital, but the surgeon will not operate, they'll have their students operate, unless you pay them money tip outside without telling anybody. So there is a lot of overlap and a lot of confusion and corruption. The terms of coverage and benefits also change. Pre-existing injuries, pre-existing diseases, illnesses that occur within the last month, there will psychiatric issues, dental complications. There's coverage that varies from one to the other. And then you have accreditation requirements by heterogeneous entities. So you have Ministry of Health accreditation, you have Magnet, John Commission. There is actually an agency from Turkey that comes and accredits also institutions in Lebanon. And you have diagnostic centers that usurp, where doctors send patients to do their labs other than their own institutions. And they do that so they can get the kickback later. You have corruption. You have 5,000 GPs in Lebanon, people who wanted to be doctors. That shouldn't be a lot, these 5,000 GPs, except they're 5,000, but they're more than a third of our doctor population who are still practicing in Lebanon. They're almost 40% of our population of doctors. Some of them are excellent, some of them are not at all. Some of them cannot handle health care or medical care or acute care. Yet there is political activity that puts them in certain positions where they can do that. A lot of bad habits among healthcare professionals who can bill patients while traveling, who can bill patients they haven't seen, who don't come to see their patients where they do overbilling for private insurance. And you come in there trying to fix something, and they all tell you, follow the NSSF, National Security Fund. What are their rules? NSSF was established in 1960. There was no emergency medicine. They pay only for inpatient care, you're outpatient. And they don't pay for you because you're not existent yet. And when you are existent, they tell you you're not everywhere. Why should I pay here and not there? And if then they go to, why should we pay you for care? Let them pay you. Why should we? And then you're not on the formulary, or we don't know that they should. So, and then private insurers use that as an excuse not to pay you. Why should we pay you if the national fund doesn't? In 1960, there were no defibrillators. 1960, there were no CAT scans. There were no thrombolytics. People did not do laparoscopy. So sometimes you have to upgrade your laws and rules and regulations to match the reality. They cap the number of consultants, they chop you off. Your colleagues will conspire to take your bill out. They are all happy with collecting together, but you're the new kid on the block. They don't want you. There is bundling, there is also issue of coverage. Are you really covering the department or not? This is the American University of Beirut, we're a 200-year-old university, and this is my hometown where I live in Damour. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Kazi. Any question? Not only for Dr. Kazi, also Dr. Daniels.
Please.
Do you have a question, audience?
Thank you for presentation. I have a complicated question about these solutions about the payments of us and emergencies. What do you consider to act behavior to the other administrators, specialties, or chief physicians of the hospital to solve this? Do we act rigid or hard or is friendly or soft? What do you think?
What is the best way to secure reimbursement for emergency physicians in your country? Is that your question? In a way?
Well, for example,
What are strategies? What are strategies to use?
yes,
Not to be direct.
soft strategy or to be hard. I ask for it.
I'll tell you how it works. In general, when you have a universal care, when the government, when the authority decides payment, the first battle you should seek, the first victory you should seek is parity with other colleagues. So, parity with other colleagues within the institution where you're practicing. In a sense, you cannot say that every hospital is the same way than others. And of course, you do know that some surgeons working in certain areas or certain hospitals may not be as qualified or as in your university hospital. So you cannot say everybody gets paid the same. You really need to make sure your first goal is to secure that your specialists are getting paid by the payers the same way, whether it's private insurance, cash payer, or the consultation you get should be similar to theirs. How can you cap it in the emergency department? How do you avoid paying for two people at the same time? I'll give you some tools. Other ways, because we did that in Beirut. So you collect all the money in a pool every month, and you divide it based on the number of consultations, including your colleagues who come to the department. Why is that important? Because when you give retribution for them for showing up, and you collect the money you collect from the government, from private patients, when you collect the money and you distribute the collection for the patients from month of September 2023, it becomes an open account. Any money that comes in gets distributed automatically via the proportion to everybody who was involved in providing care in that month. And you can then build incentives for higher acuity, for nighttime coverage. It may sound complicated, but it's actually a mathematic formula. I've done that in Beirut for the last 13 years. We never had a problem. So you incentivize people who come from home. You incentivize people who come at night, weekends, holidays. So you give a higher 1.4, 1.2, and the day shift, midday of the week becomes a lower amount of revenue. And you make their share equal to yours except for the coefficient based on acuity and time of the day. So by doing this, you are already making everybody work with you to limit the number of unnecessary consultations. That is, of course, you're no longer fighting over every patient, but they will never start asking, everybody to come in. You become better doctors and more efficient doctors by doing that. And that's one model that can help make everybody work together. Another model you can use is the issue of competition. Look, we're facing it in Lebanon. At AUB, the biggest battle I won was the battle of reimbursement. When I was able to get the money because the trustees said, give them the money, the government of my university said, give the money to the department, they're your equal. When I won that battle, trust me, I made a lot of enemies. I had cardiologists making money all the way from France. Hello, on the phone call, then the resident or the fellow will come and put the bill. And they were putting an emergency bill. So, and then, there is only one emergency bill. You cannot have many. They are consultants, not primary. So when you want to reorganize that, you're dealing with colleagues who are making lots of money, easy money, on every Foley, every NG. So to avoid that, two tricks to do that, because I said, first of all, you stand firm. We want parity with colleagues. And that cost me my position at the time. I was offered the job, but I had to sign what they wanted. I didn't. I refused the job. So they had to find an alternative, and they had to fight with all my colleagues. I may be bad, not everybody is bad, because when you are fighting for something that is fair for every one of your colleagues, for the welfare of the specialty, your colleagues will be there with you. So we won it a year later and got what we wanted. So this is technical, because what is going to happen is sometimes the institution is going to want to take the money and give you a salary, a very small salary compared to others. No, you're specialists like everybody else. You must win the battle of parity in your institution. How do you do that? What are tools to avoid? Why, Kaiser is an HMO in America. How do they decide what to pay their employed doctors? They cannot hire anyone if they don't pay them similar to the people in the private market. So in Lebanon, I've trained in the last 12 years since we opened the residency program in 2011, we graduated 30 people. We've retained 10. 10 are in the Western world, Europe and United States already, and 10 others are in the Gulf region. And why do they leave? When I started, they used to pay doctors in Lebanon in emergency medicine 10% of what they're getting paid now. In the Gulf region, they're paying them 4 times the amount. So 10%,
Congrats.
10% of X versus 4 times X. So the market to competitiveness will resolve this issue. If you want good qualified emergency physicians, you need to do that. So let the market help you gain these changes. Now, you must also accept the fact that in Lebanon, which is the size of Orange County, 6 million people, we don't need 150 emergency department. You need categorization of these hospitals where the tertiary care centers, where the high acute are distributed properly, that's a national plan for a minister, and where the people there are qualified. Other places can have GPs who have telemedicine support, who have an administrative support. You can create a tier 2. I know it's hard to accept that, but I come from the United States, the American Academy of Emergency Medicine, where only board-certified physicians should do this. In the rest of the world, you have to have a tier 1, tier 2. The tier 2 are going to end up working in the rural places and in less privileged places with support from the main, but also you don't expect them to do the things you do. You need to create a trauma system where patients that have the stroke units, cardiac cath, are limited to places where you have the best of the best, and you pay the best of the best in parity with the people in that institution. That's it. I hope that helped.
Thank you.
If there is no question, this session will end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
a mix of topics here. Welcoming Dr. Indulata.
How to next slide. Next slide. We have to slide changes. Okay, this one.
Okay. Green. Green is next, ma'am.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Indulata from India, and basically I'm an obstetrician and dealing with high-risk pregnancy. And today's topic of my talk is emergency transfusion in pregnant trauma patients. I think you all are dealing with pregnant patients in your emergency department. So there is nothing to declare, and I would like to thank YSM team, organizer, to give me this opportunity to have here. So the objectives of my talk is management of pregnant trauma patients, prevention of RH isomnization, transfusion principles and risk, and blood products transfusion. So trauma during pregnancy is the leading cause of non-obstetric maternal mortality, and there is 20% of maternal deaths are directly attributable to injury. Trauma-related mortality among pregnant patients are lower than the non-pregnant patient because there are various factors like due to hormonal and physiological effects in pregnancy, like there is increase in blood volume, there is increase in red blood mass in the circulation, and as well as the relative and husband of the woman is more aware about the pregnancy and related complications in a trauma event. The causes of trauma during pregnancy are motor vehicle collision, domestic or intimate partner violence, penetrating trauma, blunt trauma, falls, and electric trauma also. And there are various complications also due to trauma. These are placental abruption, uterine rupture, preterm labor, leaking per vaginum, and direct fetal injury. Like if there is fracture of pelvis of the pregnant woman, then it can cause direct fetal skull fracture and injury to the fetal brain. So as we all know that the management starts with primary survey. If any patient get traumatic, then every injured patient of childbearing age should be considered pregnant until proven otherwise. Multiple injury and hypovolemic shock in pregnant patient are most appropriately managed using ATLS principles. And after admission to emergency department, every woman should have a pregnancy test to rule out pregnancy, that patient is pregnant or non-pregnant. Following ABCD principles, we have to assemble appropriate personnel like trauma team, interventional radiologist, obstetrics, obstetrician, and neonatologist to take care of that patient. Airway and breathing, first we have to follow A, that is established patent and protected airway, and we have to maintain breathing to make the oxygen saturation more than 95%, which leads to the continuous oxygen supply to the fetus and making it safe. So in circulation, we have to maintain circulation by placing 2 large bore IV lines like 14 or 16 gauge. Rapidly infuse a crystallized bolus solution like ringa lactate or normal saline, approximately 1 liter, to get the desired response until the blood arrives. Or whenever the blood is available, then we can transfuse blood or blood products. We have to control also the external hemorrhage. The patient is bleeding from external side, then we can stop that bleeding by direct pressure or by using of tourniquets. And as same, the indication for extra exploratory laparotomy are the same in the pregnant patient as in non-pregnant patients. So basically the aim is to restore maternal arterial blood pressure with blood products, base resuscitation to maintain uteroplacenta perfusion and prevent unnecessary fetal compromise. In medical management, we can use tranexamic acid 1 gram intravenous slow over 15 minutes, and it can also prevent the bleeding from any side. Vasopressor is usually reserved for patients in whom evidence of inadequate organ perfusion is present and where there is failure in response to further volume administration. And in all pregnant patients, we should also use the left uterine displacement if the uterus is 24 weeks up to umbilicus or above the umbilicus. Like this, if we have more members in our team, then we can use both hand method or by single hand method. Or if there is no one is available, then we can tilt the patient bed up to 30 degree by putting towel or something and make the tilt left side up to 30 degree. After that, the resuscitation of pregnant patient, and whenever the blood is available, we should follow the standard fixed ratio major hemorrhage transfusion protocol like fresh frozen plasma, platelet and PRBC in the ratio of 1:1:1. And we should use cryoprecipitate concentrate whenever there is need of FFP. Because if we give FFP, then there is higher risk of fluid overload. And we should follow this blood products transfusion by the hemoglobin, hematocrit, and coagulation studies like PT, INR, and APTT. And the products are given by seeing the by a point of care test like TAG or ROTAM to guide ongoing blood product replacement appropriately. So this is a study published in 2020. In this study analyzed the 2 trials like CRASH-2 and WOMAN trials, in which they have seen that the patient with the traumatic hemorrhage and with postpartum hemorrhage, if the time from this event to admission to emergency department is more than 3 hours, then there is need of transfusion, blood transfusion. So we can decrease this blood transfusion related side effects by decreasing this time interval between the event and the hospital admission. So after ABC triage, we have to take thorough history of the patient about the mechanism of injury and possible damage. Previous obstetric history, like if there is previous cesarean, previous myomectomy, or previous bad obstetric history, or in present pregnancy, what are the complications like preeclampsia or diabetes. After that, we have to physically examine the patient, general examination, systemic and obstetric examination to see the condition of the pregnant patient. Maternal assessment also done by the laboratory tests like hemoglobin, hematocrit, white blood cells, coagulation profile, and the imaging methods like abdominal ultrasound, plain radiograph of spine, chest and pelvis, and CT scan. But these all should be done as per local protocol and need to know extent of injury in polytrauma or severe hemorrhagic shock. Fetal assessment can be done by monitoring of fetal heart rate and uterine activity, and evaluation of maternal fetal hemorrhage and prevention of RH isomnization should be seen. Like if there is a patient of injury or trauma and she is RH negative pregnancy, or patient is not known, the RH status is not known, then we should give a single dose of injection anti-D immunoglobulins, 300 microgram within 72 hours of any injury to protect the maternal fetal hemorrhage. And in condition where we predict that the maternal fetal hemorrhage is more than 30 ml, then we have to perform clear Herbert count, and we can quantify this maternal-fetal hemorrhage, and we might need the additional doses of injection anti-D immunoglobulins. So this is the mechanism of development of RH isomnization. When the mother is RH negative and fetus is RH positive, then this RH positive, due to maternal fetal circulation, these RH positive antigen create a immune system response, and these mother body response is formation of antibodies against this RH antigen of the baby. So these antibodies after formation get back into the fetal circulation and causes damage to the fetus. So the principle of transfusion in pregnancy should be, there should be a valid consent, and if the condition is not feasible at that time, then we can inform retrospectively to the patient and patient relatives. Documentation of reason why we are transfusing the blood, we should mention in patient record. All women should have their blood group or antibody status checked at the time of booking or at the time of 20 weeks of gestation. And if patient RSD status is not known, then we can transfuse ABO negative, RSD negative, and CAL antibodies negative red cell units directly to the patient. And there should be a clear local protocol on how to manage major traumatic and obstetric hemorrhage. And in critical bleeding, we have to use the ROTEM or tag-based algorithm to guide our transfusion. So this is the picture of tag, which tells about this is the graph that tells about which blood product is required to transfuse. So transfusion-related adverse effects are many, like acute and delayed hemolytic transfusion reactions, transfusion-transmitted bacterial infections, anaphylaxis, or transfusion-related acute lung injury like Trolley. And risk of isomnization as if mother is RH negative. And most common, the human error. So we should do safe transfusion, because we have to give right blood, right patient, right time, and at right place. If it doesn't happen, there might be acute hemolytic reaction from ABO incompatibility, which may be fatal. So target which we have to achieve is guided by this lethal diamond, that we have to prevent hypocalcemia, acidosis, hypothermia, and coagulopathy. And our target is pH should be more than 7.2, lactate should be less than 4 millimole per liter, calcium should be more than 1.1, platelet should be more than 50,000, and PTNR should be less than 1.5. So we can transfuse many types of bloods if patient comes in emergency and we don't have time to cross-match and all that, then we can give directly O negative blood group with RSD negative uncrossed red blood cells. Or if we have time, then we can give group-specific blood transfusion. And if we have more time to cross-match the blood fully, then we give fully cross-matched blood. We should use rapid infuser and blood bombing device to give these transfusion. So in fresh frozen plasma, the dose is 12 to 15 milligram per kilogram of body weight, and it is determined basically the clinical indication, pre-transfusion and post-transfusion coagulation test, and clinical response. And the PT and APTT should be maintained less than 1.5 times of the normal value. The infusion rate should be 10 to 20 milliliter per kg per hour. And FFP should not be used to reverse warfarin. If the patient is on warfarin, we should not give FFP to reverse the action of warfarin. We should give patient prothrombin complex. In cryoprecipitate, the typical adult dose is 2 5 donor pools. That is, one pool of cryoprecipitate contains the fibrinogen, factor 7, factor 13, and von Willebrand factor from 5 units of whole blood. And it will raise fibrinogen concentration by 1 gram per liter in average adult, and it is administered at the same rate as previously. If you intend to use cryoprecipitate, then it should be thawed because it remains in frozen condition. So we have to tell our bank to thaw it if we want urgently. And the aim of fibrinogen level should be more than 2.5 gram per liter. Cryoprecipitate should be used group specific. Whatever the group of patient, then we should use that group cryoprecipitate only. In platelets, one adult therapeutic dose should be given, and it is typically raise the platelet count by 20 to 40,000, and it should be given over 30 to 60 minutes. Platelets should not be transfused through a giving set already used. Imagine we are giving the blood transfusion and we use the delivering set or same set to transfuse the platelet. This should not be done. Start transfusion as soon as possible after component arrives in the clinical area. So this is all about the component of the blood products, and we should know.
So we are left with 1 more minute.
So we should know the massive blood transfusion, and it may be needed to initiate a major trauma, obstacle hemorrhage. And in adults, massive transfusion may be defined as transfusion of half of one blood volume in 4 hours, or more than one blood volume in 24 hours, or we can define as more than 5 unit RBC in 4 hours, or more than 10 unit RBCs in 24 hours. And causes could be of giving massive blood transfusion could be obstetric, or incidental causes due to trauma like rupture splenic artery aneurysm, hepatic rupture, or trauma. So this is the protocol to give massive transfusion. In round 1, we give 6 units of every product, that is PRBC, FFP, platelet, and cryoprecipitate. In round 2, same protocol. In round 3, we give medical management in form of tranexamic acid.
Sorry, speakers, last minute, please. Last minute. Thank you.
And 4th round, we give all products except cryoprecipitate. And if there is no relief in bleeding, then we can reactivate this protocol. So take-home message is any pregnant trauma patient with hemorrhagic shock should be managed with ATLS principles. Aim of transfusion is to restore maternal arterial blood pressure to maintain uteroplacental perfusion to prevent unnecessary fetal compromise. Blood and blood products are life-saving but carries a small risk of adverse effect, and it should follow the standard fixed dose, fixed ratio major hemorrhage transfusion protocol like 1:1:1, and injection Rh anti-D immunoglobulin should be given to Rh negative pregnancy to prevent Rh isomerization in pregnant trauma patients. Thank you.
In the interest of time, we'll be taking questions right at the end of the session, if that's all right with everyone. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on from a vast and general topic to a very specific